Okay, this time everything works out the gate because I checked. So today I have a really complex thing that I have to bug test and stuff, which love that for me. But it's important. It is very important. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna jump right into the testing. Um, Pretty much. I thought that what I should do is have a benchmark of what the damage reduction stuff is like in 1.7, and then make sure that it's the same in 1.8 with this new change. But then I realized that the damage calculations in 1.7 actually aren't even like completely correct. They bug out a little. And so I added a bunch of fixes that should hopefully fix that. Except I don't even know. One thing I want to do is I want to take off first aid for now and probably take off quality tools for now because those interfere with damage calculations. I think Construct's Armory also does so, but I'm gonna double check that. I think Conarm integration does something with that. Yeah. But that should be fine. I'm not expecting that to really change things too much. It's just about making sure everything is handled correctly. Perhaps this won't be as complex and complicated as I'm expecting it to be, but it very well could be. So when the game's loaded up, I'll switch over. That's the plan. Everything looks good so far. All right, the game is loading. And when it's actually going to, oh wait, yeah, I have to change this. What's the difference? Okay, that works. I don't know. Hopefully that's correct. We'll find out. Now there's a chance that I just walk into a zombie and everything crashes, and that's, you know, lovely. Uh, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Okay, everything is correct. Just like that. So that's good. That's fine. What about this? It should technically lower my armor, right? Like it should lower that, but it's not? Wait, is it? Can you shush? It's not actually taking into account. Do I have the armor thing disabled? I shouldn't, right? Where is it? Here we are. Okay, armor calculations are enabled. And the armor parsing is implied, but this does have bludgeoning effectiveness. This is bludgeoning effectiveness too. It did lower it, but it didn't, it's not stating like the armor that it's using. It should be. It says it has 0. Wait, what? Okay, what about this? It's gonna say the same thing, right? I mean, it definitely reduces the damage. Okay, here, it actually didn't even... It classifies it, and then... Like, it's definitely reducing the damage, right? That much is what it's doing. Okay, but why? I need to see what's going on here. Something's not right. Something's funky. Huh? Oh wait, that obviously doesn't work. Hmm. It classifies it. Get armor values from stack. It's not getting the right armor values. Get stack only armor values. Okay, so it gets this. What is this two string do here? Oh, yeah, it says armor values. Right, so it gets 0. Okay, it's not an instance of high special armor, so don't need to worry about that. Get stack only armor values. What the heck do you do here? And this armor modifiers? Let's see. You map it to double by getting the attribute. On the armor modifiers, there's 2. Map to double. The attribute map.get attribute.get name. Oh, wait. Attribute, not attribute.get name, because this is a, armor modifiers. The get name returns something else. This needs to be attribute.get attribute.get name. I'm gonna rename this to modifier. Or armor mod enum. Let's just call it that. Armor mod enum. That's not how you spell that. Because now we get the attribute, and now we get the name of the attribute. And then we get the, I don't know, what is this even getting? It's getting an attribute modifier. Dot stream, dot map to double, attribute modifier, dot get amount, dot sum, dot iterator. Right, okay. So there was that. That definitely was a factor here. Lovely. Lovely. I love it. I love it when things just like don't work right away. So now we gotta build it and do it again. And we're gonna be doing this for a while. Just slowly but surely, we're gonna eventually figure it out. Alright, it's done. We can put this in here. And we can launch it again. I don't know where the Minecraft thing. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Let's go. You're so obnoxiously loud, bro. Can you chill out? That's better. That's better. Huh. Well, now I've lost armor. Somehow. Okay, well now it's actually getting the right armor values. So it gets the armor values for the iron boots is 2, the armor values for the iron leggings is 5, the armor values for the chain chestplate is 5, and the armor values for the iron helmet is 2. And then what it does is completely throw all of that out the freaking window. Which you'd love to see. And then what do you do? Alright, so you do that, and then you return the armor classification, right? That's where the injector goes. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And then it gets the thing. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Get all this, then put that into the AV map at that slot. Then get the armor, get the toughness. And then in the A map, we distribute it. Which is entity equipment slot to armor map, and then we put that there. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And then what do we do? Then it's just absolute then it's just absolute chaos. So we've classified the armor, we've set the armor classification. We've removed everything that is not damaging, which means we've removed everything that's not bludgeoning, which is acceptable. Right, which means we get the original values and we subtract, well, okay, we get the delta armor. But we don't actually use anything. We just put in the slot, we merge I think I'm on average, right? Where we're gonna average the armor values together. Okay, that's only for if we have multiple different things. But this map is an armor map. Okay, so we have our armor values are just minus 1.4. Because we just distribute that. Right? And then we merge them all together. Because there's going to be different armor values for each type. because we've distributed it. But now we come along here. Oh my gosh, dude, I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know. Let's hide this. We don't need this right now. You'll still hear the fire in the background, that's fine. It's whatever. Actually, you know what? Just pause it so that we don't have to worry about that. So it comes in here, right? It gets this map is empty at this point, right? Because this just sets this, and getting Delta armor returns that, right? So that's acceptable. This is just an empty map at this point. I feel like this is weird. We set the armor classification. We remove that stuff. We set a new thing. This should probably be here. Because we create that map. And then we put in the slot for each armor map. Which one's for each armor map? It's a by consumer that takes that and that, right? So we're gonna be so each slot is gonna be unique. Because classified is going to, since it's like it's like an enum map, right? So each ND equipment slot, yeah, so it's not like it's gonna overwrite anything. It's not gonna overwrite anything. Then it goes here, and it puts in that slot the result of merging the armor values. Right? So what are we merging? We're adding together. We add together all non-null stuff, which is fine. Well, we filter out all the non-null stuff, and then I think we're doing average. I believe so. We are on average. Yes, we are on average. So we add them all up. By adding them to each one, and then we average. Yeah, we just throw them in and then average them. Now there's only going to be the one armor value, because there's only one damage type here. This is the armor map. We average all the things. So again, there's only bludgeoning here, so it puts a bludgeoning type in here, and then it averages it, which just returns the same thing. So that's fine. And then this... What negative armor handling do I have? I probably have default. Probably have default. Which just returns itself. And we subtract that, right? So this is what, like 0.6, right? For like the boots or the helmet or whatever. It's like 0.6. And then the original armor values is 2, and we subtract it and we get negative 1.4. That's fine. And then armor values for slot, negative 1.4. That's correct. And then why was it not removed? Because I didn't remove it, or what's going on here? Or did I not state that it was... No, because I set the armor classification, right? Where do I specify? I'm going to specify this. Mark armor modified. It classifies the armor, but does not actually apply it yet. And then we have to go over to here. Because on herd, we get delta armor. Okay, so first we handle the hurt stage. The hurt stage does literally all of this. Right, where we set the delta armor. So we get the delta armor, that's gonna be here. We get the delta armor, it is present, and we check to see if we should apply it. And then we have these armor mod injectors. And we don't have any armor mod injectors because I'm pretty sure this is only from quality tools and first aid. We're gonna check register armor modifier injector. Open call hierarchy. Literally just in first aid integration. And then the values is this. This is a map of any equipment slot to armor values. And then we add them up, and then we apply an armor modifier with that. So we add up the minus 1.4, the minus 5, the minus 1, the minus 1.4. So it's minus 2.8, minus 3.8, minus 8.8. And we had 5, 10, 19. No, what the heck am I talking about? Minus 5, minus 6, minus 7, minus 8, 8.8, and we have 5, 10, 14. Okay, so 14 minus 8.8 is going to be 5.2? Something like that? Right, but it's going to apply a minus 8.8 thing, and we should have 5.2 left, which is the amount that we were seeing there, right? And it applies the armor modifier, which goes into here and applies the armor modifier. Or actually, I think it does it on the combat tracker. Yeah, it does. It does on the combat tracker. And then we do that. We remove any modifiers if they exist, and then we apply the modifier. Just gonna do that, and then we're gonna push it onto the stack. I mark the armor as modified. That's fine. And then we need to remove it, but why is it not removing it? It should totally remove it now, because then it does this. Oh wait, maybe it's because of this. Okay, so this is set to false, which means this is true, which means this I get current calculation. Dot filter was armor modified. That's true. Is present is true, which makes this false, which means we don't do this. Which means we should pop it. But I don't know if we do that. Because it should totally do that. And then it should just do all of this stuff. think I want an or here. Right, if the world is remote, then I want to return. If the event is not cancelled, then I want to return. I only want to proceed if the world is not remote and the event is cancelled. So there's that. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. That just cleans up. It probably doesn't do anything. But this, removing the armor modifiers, it should totally remove the armor modifiers. For each one, it puts the existing thing back. But this should... why isn't it working? I need to know if you're here. Is this even right? Yeah, it removes the modifier of this UUID. It doesn't even care if the modifier exists. If the modifier doesn't exist, it just doesn't do anything. That's fine. Actually, I shouldn't run a build right away. I should make sure that we're removing. I should have this. Run the build again. I have no idea. I gotta say, this was not the problem I expected to have happen. But of course, it's got to be so complicated. So far, in terms of classifying the armor, it's doing well, right? So far, it's doing a good job. The problem is that it's not quite going well after that. Okay, we're gonna test this. I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't know if this is gonna do anything. I hope it does something. We're gonna find out. I currently have no armor, so actually just take me out of here. Wow, look at that. That was a lot of damage. They just like absolutely demolished me. So this I'll take. This I'll take this, and I'll take this. Yeah, sure. Actually, no. Take the chest plate, the chain chest plate, so that I have the same thing as before. That's minus 80, or that's 80%, and then, yeah. And then you hit me with bludgeoning, and 30% effectiveness here, 80% effectiveness here, 0% effectiveness here, and 30% effectiveness here. So this is like 0.6, 0.6, this is 0, and then this is like 4 or something, so we should have a -1 there, right? And that's the exact calculations that I saw last time I did this. And yeah, see, it does correctly lower me down to the correct amount of stuff. I think if I get hit again, it's gonna. Okay, did it remove the armor? It did. Okay, so I get hit. It becomes this. We update the context of damage. We adjust it from 3 to 4.5. And then we do the armor calcs. Because I'm on hard, so it adjusts it from 3 to 4.5. Because it says it's 3 before, and that's before it actually scales the damage. And then we have all this, and it applies all this, and the current damage is 4.5, and then it should remove the armor mods. And it says it removes the armor mods. It straight up says it does. The only thing I can see that could be happening right now is it gets pushed like multiple times, and so then it like reapplies it multiple times. Right, like what if it pushes it multiple times? Is that possible? Because this is just one optional thing that I should... There's no for loop going here. It should only be applying once. Right? That's the thing. It should only be applying once. I could add another... Okay. First off, we gotta figure out if that's the problem. Because if that's the problem, then this is some jank shit. Ain't nobody like jank shit. Dude, I don't even know if this is like the way to go about it. Well, like I know the strategy that I have for implementing this like nesting calculation system is 100% the way to go. But what I don't know is if I'm going about troubleshooting it the right way. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that I'm gonna put a debug statement here. And if I get hit, I should only see this statement once. And then I should also, well, I know I only see this statement once. But I should not see this statement. I should see this statement once, I should see this statement once, and I should not see this one. Is that going to happen? Probably not, because something's not working. So inherently something has to be wrong here. But if I see this once, I see this once, and I don't see this, and it's still not working, then God on God, I have no idea. Then I have to open up MBT Explorer and start looking like, okay, what armor modifier do I have that's still doing this? And also, by the way, like it's not even like stating in well, I might not have it enabled, I guess. Yeah, I might not have the hurt thing enabled. I don't know. I mean, clearly it's applying it. I just might not have the hurt callback enabled. That's would be weird. I guess I might not. Okay, so once again, throw these here. Do that. Now, you. I'm gonna put this message so that I can check the log and I know like when the calculation starts, because the calculation should start right now, right? So, boom, done. I do have hurt info enabled. Why is it not showing up? We're gonna look into that later, because clearly that's something. Okay, the test has started here. Boom, 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 boom. Classification, update the context and damage, adjusting the damage. Put all that. Current damage, it doesn't even say. Wait, does this have the right build where it might not. Hold on. I might not have actually loaded up the thing. Good for me. You did not, actually. Fun fact. How do you not kill me? Okay. It's interesting. How did you reduce the damage to that? Ah. Well, that's a problem. Because it's not actually pushing the... Well, I don't actually know. I don't... Okay, hold on. Hold the fun. This is getting ridiculous. Unnecessarily so. This is getting unnecessarily complicated. Though I hope this information is useful in telling me what's wrong here. It's getting messy, and I don't like it. But we will see. We will see. Okay, so now, I should be able to put this is the right one, right? Yeah. This and this on. And nothing has taken damage, so if I do this, okay, it says 4.01, which is fine. Now we go here. It does push armor mods. And it does only push it once. It sets that, it classifies the damage, we take the damage, it updates the damage, it adjusts the damage. We have everything else going. We push the armor mods, and then our current damage is 4.5, which is whatever, and then it removes them. But I don't feel like it does. Huh. Let's see. Push. It's pushed. It should apply the modifier. And it extracts the value by getting the armor and getting the toughness. I mean, clearly the thing is applied. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I think. Wait. Let me check. Yes, I know what I did wrong. I'm applying the attribute modifier with a random UUID. I don't know why that's affecting the damage, but whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm applying with a random one. That's a bunch of baloney. I should not be doing that. I need to pass in the UUID. I need to put this .get UUID, and then this. Boom. There we go. How's it going? I just solved the world's greatest mystery. I solved the world's greatest mystery. Hopefully. Probably. Look your chance. What's the mystery? So the mystery was. Allow me to demonstrate what the mystery was, just so that we're all on the same page. The mystery. Yeah, I'm breaking out paint for this. Don't you worry. It's only because it's necessary. Can I change this to not be like hard on my eyes? I guess not. Whatever. So here's the problem I had, the solution I implemented, and why it didn't work, and then how I fixed it. All 4 things. So let's say we have 2 peeps, right? We got peep A and we got Pete B. Right? Let's say A hits B. Right? Let's put a little. How do you represent like attack? You know what? With the sword. There's a little sword here. Boom. It just looks like I put a cross. That was not intentional. It's a knife. All right, it's a knife. All right, boom. Hits B. All right, great. Then at the same time, B reflects damage back to A. Something like thorns, right? So they reflect the damage, right? So like the red damage comes in, boom, and then it gets deflected back out. Boom. Right? It gets reflected. And then in response, A reflects damage back again. So A hits B, B reflects to A reflects back to B again. Right? So what's happening here? A is getting hit once. Fine, whatever. B is getting hit twice. This is bad. It's not an infinite damage spiral because it only happens this many times. Right? But this is the bad part. Because what happens is DDD goes through its damage calculations, and then it tries to apply armor modifications, right? Where it tries to go, okay, you have a 30% bludgeoning effectiveness on your chest plate, so your chest plate's 5, or your chest plate's like 6, or you know what? Let's make the numbers simple. You have a 80% bludgeoning effectiveness. Your chest plate is 5, so for this, your chest plate is only 4, right? Because it's only 80% effective, right? And to do that, it has to apply attribute modifiers, right? So it does that by applying attribute modifiers. That attribute mods. Cool. But what happens here, it's fine. Everything's good. Cha-chink. Here, everything's fine as well, because it's a different thing, right? So, like, A has a different combat tracker compared to B. So A hits B, B does its combat calculations. During that, it reflects the damage. A does its damage calculations using its own combat tracker. Then it reflects damage to B. B starts doing another set of damage calculations, but it has not finished the first one. This one's not done. So it goes here, and then it goes, oh no, you already have. This already exists. You already have these. Right? You're trying to apply attribute modifiers with the same ID, but you already have attribute modifiers with those IDs. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to crash. And that's what happens. And that's why it's a problem. So, how do I fix this? Easy. You nest calculations. Right? So instead of A and B having their own thing, A has, yeah, we'll do red. A has its own stack of damage calculations, and B has its own stack of damage calculations, right? So A hits B, right? This gets put onto the stack. Boom. This calculation is in process. Then B reflects the damage to A. This gets put on A's stack. Boom. Then A reflects damage to B, and this gets put on another one. Boom. And then what happens is when we're here, it goes, oh, you actually have your own set. You actually have another stack for armor mods. And you have another stack, like A has a stack for armor mods as well, but that's not really important. So it applies armor mods, and then it pushes those armor mods onto the stack. Yes, it is this complicated. We'll use black for this. And then it starts its second calculation, where it needs to apply attribute modifiers again. And so then what it does is that it pushes these attribute modifiers onto the stack. It removes the existing ones off of B and replaces them with these ones. And then it continues its calculations as normally. And then it finishes this damage reflection calculation, right? And what it does is that it then pops this off the stack, realizes that the stack is not empty, and then applies these ones again. It reapplies them. And then A finishes its calculations, right? And then A is done. And when A is done its calculations, it pops this off the stack, right? It pops it. We'll just do that. Then we go back to the original calculation, and we need the original armor values that it had, like the original armor modifiers, because like if the damage is if this is like bludgeoning damage, if this is bludgeoning damage, and then this is force damage, and then this is force damage as well, then like it'll be using the wrong armor values over here if it just keeps these ones, right? It'll be using its force effectiveness, not its bludgeoning effectiveness. So we need the original armor distribution that it used for the bludgeoning values. And so it has to recover that off the stack, and then it pops it off the stack when it's done. When it's done, it pops this off the stack too. It realizes that the stack is now empty, and it doesn't apply anything else. It doesn't reapply anything new. It just removes some modifiers completely, doesn't apply anything else because the stack is empty. And then, when the first calculation, when the topmost calculation finishes, it pops this off, and then when this calculation finishes, it pops this off too. Right? Okay, with me so far. Then, that was the plan, right? There's 2 stacks per tracker. There's a stack to track the current calculation, and there's a stack to track the current armor modifiers. The calculation keeps track of if there's armor modifiers applied. So like, let's say I have 3 nested calculations, but there's only armor modifiers for like one of them. This stack is only going to be 1 deep. This stack's going to be 3 deep. When this pops, it should only pop this armor modifier if that calculation had stuff going on, right? If that calculation didn't provide an armor classification, then it shouldn't change anything. But it will always provide an armor classification, pretty much. It'll pretty much always provide an armor classification. But if something got like canceled or messed up, then it shouldn't unnecessarily remove stuff from the stack. It's just a sanity check to go, okay, I have actually applied armor modifications in this calculation, so when this calculation is done, please remove them. Just so that we got that. And so to do that, I implemented these stacks and everything was fine, right? This was the problem. This was the solution. Is my enemy wearing pants? If so, take into account. Yeah, basically. This was the problem. This was the solution. Sounds great. Where did everything go wrong? I'll tell you where everything went wrong. Everything went wrong. I'm a fucking genius. Everything went wrong because attribute modifiers have a set of things, right? They have a set of things. They have a name. Okay. They have an operation, whether it's like adding or like multiplying, sort of. There's three operations. I'm not going to go into the types of operations because it's not really important. The only operation I use here is adding. So that's why the other operations aren't important. I'm only adding. We have the amount, right? Cool. That's important. And then we have what is called a UUID. A universally unique identifier. It's unique. It is something that identifies this, because I could have two attributes with the same name, they could have the same operation, they could have the same amount, right? Like none of this uniquely defines this attribute modifier, but this does. This ID does. So if you want to remove a modifier, you have to specify the ID of the modifier you want to remove, or else how do I know which modifier I want to remove? I need to specify this. This is very important. Now let's say you build an attribute modifier and you don't include this. What happens? If you don't include the UUID when you're building the attribute modifier, what does the game do? Tell you what the game does. The game goes, oh, no problem. I'll just give you a random one. Here you go. Have a random one. It just gives you a random one. Now, if you don't care about that attribute modifier and removing it and all that stuff later, then it's not a problem. Right? Sometimes you might just want a random one. However, I absolutely do not want a random one because I need to remove it. So I need to specify this. So my code was like, everything's fine, bro. Nothing's wrong. And then I would walk into a zombie, take damage. It would apply the attribute modifier, but it would not remove it because it could not find an attribute modifier of the ID specified because I actually forgot. I actually forgot. Right here, I forgot to include this. And so I didn't specify the UUID. You'll notice it doesn't care. It's like, oh yeah, dude, this is fine. And if we check, it actually just gets you a random one and just goes, oh, here you go. And then like it goes over to here because it specifies a random one and then just like builds it like that. And so I actually need to specify this because I rewrote this to be a little bit better. And when I rewrote it as part of this implementation, I forgot to include that. And so nothing worked. But now everything should work, in theory. Because it only pushes the armor mods once, and then it only removes the armor mods once. You know, I'm gonna leave that in there for now. Just in case, until I know. And there was no previous armor mods to apply. I thought maybe it applied it twice, and then removed one, and then reapplied the old one. It actually can't do that. This would be great to add the Chaos Edition. I already have something like this. Or wait, do you mean this entire mod as a whole adding the Chaos Edition? I can't do it because this is 1.12 and Chaos Edition is 1. They are like 9 versions apart. And porting this to 1.21 is definitely something I want to do. I meant the madness of random armor values. I actually already have that. There actually is an effect that sets your armor to a random amount between 20 and 1. Even if you have armor. So like it actually does that. And it does so every tick. Now at the end, it does restore your armor back to normal. You don't get to keep the whatever random armor you have because that would be weird. So like it does remove it. But yeah, random armor values. It does that. Yeah, so I was worried that it was removing the modifier, but it like pushed two modifiers onto the stack and then only removed one. I don't think it can actually do that. Because yeah, it can't, because it actually checks. I have a check here where if I have more armor modifiers on my stack than I have calculations on my stack, um we throw an exception. We absolutely shit the bed. Right? Like that's the whole plan. Specifically because if for some reason I push multiple armor mods, no amount of calculations can pop enough armor mods to get me back to normal. I was worried about this, but I implemented this failsafe, and I also have this. I also have this where I just to like make sure that like everything's fine, right? I have an on entity tick, and I tick every second, right? On every second, I check if there's a current calculation going on, and if so, I just like clear it. Right? Because theoretically, the current calculation should only exist for the duration of the calculation. So like if we're in here, we can't have a current calculation going on. No way. No way, Jose. No way we should have a current calculation going on if we're like ticking the entity. Because we should only have a current calculation if we're like taking the damage. And then that should leave. That should get the heck out. So if that exists, then we clear the entire tracker, which involves removing all the calculations, all the armor mods, and removing all the armor modifiers. Right? So yes. All of this makes sense. Very good. Very good. Makes very lovely. And that was the world's largest mystery. That is, until I load this up, walk into the zombie, and either the game crashes or it still doesn't work. See, exactly. Yeah, see, you get it. Like, I'm not confident that doesn't just immediately explode. And if it doesn't explode, and it works, and I'm pretty confident that it works, then I have to check to make sure that it works with quality tools. I have to check to make sure it works with first aid. And I have to check to make sure it works with both. To make sure that it like pops everything and handles everything correctly and stuff. Now, what led me onto this theory that there was something wrong with the way I was applying the attribute modifiers is on my hurt callback, I report how much armor you get. Like, you lost this much. You're like, you get a temporary modifier of like minus 8.8 for this calculation or whatever, right? And it wasn't reporting that because it wanted to find the attribute modifier by the ID that didn't have, because it was given a random one, and so it didn't get anything, and just went, oh, okay, well then, you don't have any armor modifiers, so there's nothing to report. But now it should have it. Now everything should work. Right? And you can see, look, at +2, +5, +5, +2, I have 5 armor. So to reset myself, I'm just gonna pop myself. And this has -100%. So this should provide us 0 armor. This should provide us 0.6 armor. This should provide us 0.6 armor. This should provide us 4 armor. Or is it 0.4? No, it's 0.6. So we should get like a -8.8, I think. I think that's what we're supposed to get. I might have said the numbers wrong, but we should get a -8.8 armor. And we should keep our armor, which we do. We have -8.8. It says so literally right here, -8.8. And we actually kept our armor. We didn't go down to 5 and just not work. The game didn't crash. The armor mods were pushed. They were removed. We don't have any excess ones, because we definitely don't have a calculation going on. We definitely don't have any excess armor mods because the game didn't crash. Right? We didn't throw an exception there. Which means everything is working as intended by God. And that's because this guy's hitting me with the bone. And his bludgeoning damage. But this guy, that's Kenny. If we get Harold here, he's gonna do a bit of necrotic damage. Right? And that's fine. So it should be slightly different. We got a -6.9 because we have implied effectiveness, which means we have implied 100% effectiveness for everything except for this. Which means -6.9 makes not much sense. Did we take more damage from the bludgeoning? We took more damage from the bludgeoning, which makes sense. Oh yeah, the reason why it's more armor effectiveness because we average it out. Because they're still inflicting bludgeoning damage, so we still do that. Yeah. If I give this man this example stick, I think I have other example sticks. Do I have other? No, that's not how you spell stick. Yeah, I have other example sticks. Okay, so if I give this guy the example stick, take the freaking stick, bro. There you go. I should have full effectiveness, and like nothing should change. Yeah, and he knows it didn't even say. It didn't even say that anything changed, because I have implied 100% armor effectiveness against everything, which means basically everything works as intended by God. Nothing changes, which is good. And like this thing, I can't dupe it. I should have something that can inflict fire. Just give me like a blaze rod. That's fire. Right, and then this has plus 50% fire effectiveness, which means I should actually get a bonus if we get Gerald here. These guys have such whack names. Take this. God! Okay, no, you got it. I got a -2.5. Oh, because this is minus fire effectiveness. Right. What if I don't put that on? I got a plus 2.5. This does mean that, yeah, like, wearing something that has less effectiveness is gonna... Oh my gosh. My throat. Wearing something that has less effectiveness is gonna punish you a lot more. Okay. Alright, so. Everything's fine there, everything works. What the hell is this? Okay, doesn't matter. Okay. The calculation works. Now, one thing I want to do is, I don't think there's a... Wait, there might be a way. I think if I cactus... Or maybe I just do that. And then I... Thorns? Let's thorns the chain chest plates, and then do that. I have no idea if this is actually gonna work. By the way. What? You telling me I can't use that to switch game modes quickly? That's cringe. Yeah. Thanks for coming by. Hope you have a good time in class. See you later. Okay, Ben, take this. Alright, this man is now... he's hulked out. Alright, so, he's hulked out. I have a chain chestplate, which also does have force effectiveness because we have defined it to be that way. So now, you, buddy boy, I think if I hit you... I think this has to be the other way around. I think you need this, and then I need that. How are you still taking damage, bro? You should be... Oh my gosh, you idiots. Whatever. Okay. Boom, boom. Ben, get your ass back here. Take the Thorns chestplate. I have another one, right? Yeah, I do. Okay, good. Take this. Put it on. Good boy. Let me heal up, just in case. I don't know if I can do... I think I specifically need a champion in order to test that this works, but we'll see. Okay, so what the heck just happened here? I attacked, he attacked with thorns, but he did not attack me back. And the thorns is force, I thought. Oh, but I have 100% force, so like there's no change in armor, right? There's no change in armor. That makes sense. All right, so do you? What the heck does this even do? Do I need to have a shield for that to work? What do you even do? What are you? Getting hurt deals damage to the attacker at the cost of durability. Well, you certainly aren't doing that. I can tell you that much. Oh, what about this, though? Wait, hold on. I think I might be cooking here. Right, so I do reflect damage back. Now, can I trigger thorns with this? I'm gonna get myself freaking killed. Actually, I probably don't have that. Actually, if I hit you, will you trigger thorns, and then you're gonna get yourself killed, buddy. Got him. Take this. You dumb guy. You should take this. Okay, thorns? What the heck is going on here? Why is it hitting you twice? Current damage is 3.92. Okay, so 3.92. But this current damage is 0.97. What? What does it even do? The wrong thing. Blocking and getting hurt deals damage to the attacker. They always hurt. Okay, is it like... Right, so it... Piercing, bludgeoning... The source is cactus. Wait, do I have something that says to push... Do I have like something that says I'm pushing a new nested damage calculation? Yeah. Updating context and damage. It should set... It doesn't. It doesn't do any of that. Oh, what the heck? Wait, then what is it doing here? Updating context and damage. Setting new context. Blah blah blah. Oh, it does this. I see what's going on. If calc equals this dot context dot peak dot get context dot context matches. Well, in one, the context, the source is cactus, and then the source is player. .57 and 3.92, so it should be. I mean, you do have a bludgeoning resistance, but that's fine. I think it's like after it does it again. I don't know. Because it's not creating a new nested damage calculation. So it manages to finish enough of the calculation where it pops the calculation. I guess this is correct. I guess that's right. Because it does that. That's on attack, and then damage. There's no hurt stuff. First it's cactus, then it's cactus. I guess it's like after it's applied, it does it immediately after. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. We're gonna see. Yeah. I guess that's fine. Alright. I guess that's fine. Doesn't seem like we can trigger things multiple times, so that's That's fine. Everything's fine. I guess we will check first aid. Let's check first aid and let's check quality tools. And we'll see where that goes for us. Alright, so we've got this. Yeah, I don't need a tutorial, we're good. And my feet are broken. See, now this has extra locational armor and stuff, so if I put this on, I actually don't know if that's going to affect the numbers that come out here. And I don't want it to. So, okay. Now, well, you know what? Let's just, lovely. Don't hit my head, bro. Hit my chest. That's my feet. There we go. So for the first thing, I mean, I guess I kinda did, but Okay, what the heck is going on here? What is this whole thing even doing? Okay, so I'm here, I've taken damage. It does apply plus 4.95 armor. Because that's what it normally has. This says it provides 12.5 locational armor. This says it provides 4.95 armor. Because it just goes there. That's interesting. Okay, so after I have been healed, it updates the context of damage, it sets all that. It classifies the damage distribution. We have that. They hit us. It's 4.5. The chain chestplate has an armor value of 5.5 because it is 5 plus another 0.5, so it is 5.5. That is correct. And then it gets a minus 0.55. Why is he at a minus 0.55? Oh, because they're doing. Oh, I see. I see what's going on here. I should not be running calculations on regular zombies. They should be holding bones. That way, when they hit me, this makes more sense. Except, not really, because I don't know if that's actually doing anything for me. .4 armor. .43 damage classification. Okay, game crashed. Why did the game crash? Valid armor slots is head. Entity tipped arrow cannot be cast to entity living base. Entity tipped arrow cannot be cast to entity living base. Uh-huh. Did I just find something else that broke? Types, implementation. I think we're here. CT entity living base modifier. on the line 7, which is right here. CT entity living base modifier. Yeah, huh? Line 7's right here, bro. What are you talking about? CT entity living base modifier applicable. Okay, it doesn't, not for you, it's in the implementation of this. For the registry, get names of applicable modifiers. The modifier registry, singular. Line 55, which is right here. Okay, let's look at the damage distribution. Update. I have a theory. That's that. There's only the 3 ones. I don't stack any living base and projectile. Okay, but why is it... Alright, so that's on 109, which then brings us to 115, where we go there. And we are cast to Entity Damage Distribution Registry. Uh-huh. It does require an entity. But something is... This.map.values.stream.filter modifier.applicable. There should be a modifier builder, right? Yeah. You're the one. If modifier applicable for entity living base. Because it's an entity, right? So I could just add here on under applicable, but wait, no, that still doesn't work. Do you implement? You do implement this thing, which checks if it's applicable. How the heck did I even get to this point in my life? Oh my gosh. Because we have is modifier applicable for entity living base. And then, but this is done for that. And the DDD modifier registry. it casts it, but then it tries to check if the modifier is applicable by casting it to entity, or to entity living base, which it can't do. It's like this should be the same thing, but it should be different. It extends DD modifier registry. So it puts this here. It like casts it to this, and then puts it there. We have a damage distribution modifier registry. I could just do the same thing and then just have it be entity based. That would get the projectiles. This is mob damage. This is item stack damage distribution, item stack armor distribution, item stack shield, entity damage. Well, it's technically entity damage. So the thing is, why is it... How does it even get to this point? How do you even make modifier specific? Okay. IDDD cap modifier for this, and it does that. And then it passes that on back. Okay, well, it shouldn't be checking this. That's the problem, is it checks it. And I think this is why it reports line 7 as being the problem, because like it's like, well, we can't apply this to this. I think what I need to do, there is a separate thing for projectiles, so it should be a separate thing. And this should be Can I refactor the signature? Change method signature. Let's go. Entity living base. Okay. The type IDD cap modifier is not a valid substitute for the parameter. For the parameter what? M extends IDD cap modifier T of the type this. Or is it you? Oh, wait, I see what's going on. I see what's going on here. What, literally where was I? Oh, right here. Because this needs to be entity living base. There we go. And it should cast it to that. However, this should be like that. With a break right there. I'm going to fix this because we're going to add another registry. IDDD modifier registry entity. I damage distribution and IDD cap modifier entity. Get projectile distribution registry. This is going to be this dot get projectile distribution registry dot register IDDD cap modifier entity modifier. All right, there we go. That's that. This needs a private final IDDD modifier registry entity I damage distribution and then entity proj damage equals new DDD distribution modifier or damage distribution modifier registry entity. You should be entity living base, and you should be entity living base, and you should be entity living base, and then you should just be entity. And you're not resistances modifier registry, you're damage distribution. I can't read any of that. Damage distribution modifier registry. There we go. Wait a second. Hold on. No, you're fine. You're the one that's not fine. And you're saying you're not used. Yeah, that's fine. Entity living base. Not iving. Living. We do that, and now we get the projectile distribution registry, and this should return this dot proj damage. Okay, and now there's still a couple of other things. Get projectile distribution registry. I like how I really did this to myself. I really did. And then I have to go to the wiki, and I have to change all this shit. Oh my gosh. Okay, before we go absolutely nuts, let's make a note of this. Okay, I've moved the projectile modifiers to their own registry. I just need to update the wiki with that information. Okay, that's good. But then the modifier builder, where the heck are you? Because in the modifier builder, we really screw the pooch here. Right? Because we have this applies to this, this applies to this, this applies to this, this applies to this. Projectile should not be getting the mob damage distribution registry. It should be getting the projectile damage distribution registry. Hello? Or is it just projectile distribution registry? Oh, look at that is. So now they get different things. I guess the reason why I didn't care is because like I had to wildcard like everything for this to work. Do I even need this shared map now? I don't think I do. Yeah, they don't. They don't share now. We're fine. Don't need it. Okay, so now it builds it, and nothing from the script changes. It just now puts it in a separate registry. Cool. I like how I came across a bug that didn't need to exist, but existed because I was lazy. That's basically what it was, you know. Which is lovely. You absolutely, yeah, you'll love to say it. Absolutely lovely. Okay. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. All right, all right, all right. We got an update here, boys. All of a sudden, there's like there's new things and stuff like that. Like we got stuff. We got stuff. Okay, which is both great and not great at the same time. I really thought I'd be past this. I really didn't think I'd need a 1.8 this soon, but my hubris, you know. No, don't send the crash port. We're fine. My freaking hubris. It's fine though, because this will work. It won't crash because it'll get put into a regular registry that's not going to cast it to entity living base to check for the other modifiers. It's only going to cast it to a regular entity. That's what it is, because an arrow. Duh. And you know what? The fact that this hadn't been found is strictly indicative of the fact that the feature had not been used much. Like, you know, I should have gotten this crash report back in like November. But it's a very specific feature, and I can understand if it wasn't really utilized or whatever. But now it's fine because we found it and we fixed it, which means it's not gonna happen again. And I'm not gonna do shit. Now, how far back did the game roll back? That's what I'm curious. Like, am I still getting hit by the arrow, or is it just rolling back to... I don't know. We'll find out. The answer is you missed. Haha, get stuffed. Oh my gosh, you hit me. You definitely hit me. How did you hit me in the chest, bro? Oh, because you just set valid armor slot to chest. Okay, yeah, okay. Yep. Surprisingly still alive, so that's cool. Okay, so that 100% just got the head, right? Yeah, valid armor slot is head, and then... we have this armor toughness, and then armor modifier. Added operation 0. Added attribute modifier. Amount is 1.399. Should it not be the difference of that? Hold on. Yeah, if I'm 70% piercing effectiveness, where's the helmet? There we are. Hit me. Do it. Nice. Thank you. Alright. Pause that. Check this. So after being teleported, we set the new context. The valid armor slots the head. We have this, we have this, we have this, we have this. Direct attacker is the arrow, the attacker is a skeleton, blah, blah, blah. The damage is 4. The iron helmet has armor values 2, and the armor values for the head slot should be minus 0.6. Right, so, okie dokie. Okie doke. Minus 0.6. That's gonna be that's gonna get me to 1.4, right? So that makes sense. So we have armor calculations modifier. The amount is 1.4. Shouldn't it be the difference? We're gonna see. We're gonna see. And on the head, 1.4 armor. I mean, that's actually correct, right? Like, that's what it should be. And then what we should be able to see here is none of these are relevant. Magic shielding, that's still magic shielding. Step height. Step height, dig speed, max health, knockback resistance, movement speed, armor. There's no like modifications to the armor or the armor toughness or like literally anything here. Alright, which is exactly what we expect. And then our inventory. We only have the one item in our inventory. It has attribute modifiers. The calculation modifier and the armor toughness modifier. And the quality is empty because there's no quality to apply, which is fine. So that's good, but there should be something else here too, right? So this inventory, this one has, which one? Okay, so this is the one I'm wearing, and it has this. And then this is the one I am not wearing, and it doesn't have anything. It should remove this. I wonder if this is something borked. With the rewrite. It probably is. Let's go into first aid and take a look at that. Right in here. Alright, so that's on living damage event. Okay, so it's not removing it. It's not, wait a second, it's not removing it. I should not have closed the game. I'm pretty sure it's not removing it. It runs this, and then it should run that. But it doesn't. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. We get the tag compound, and we flat map, get tag list. I don't think it's a compound tag ID. I think it's a list tag ID. I think that's my problem. I'm pretty sure it's because it's a list, not a compound. We're gonna check. The NBT, the in-game NBT edit should really kind of drive that home. Because this is a list. This is a tag list, right? This is a tag compound. So inventory, tag compound, tag, wrong one, tag compound, tag, tag list with tag compounds, not tag compounds with tag lists. Well, see, that's the problem. It should be list tag ID. Wait, well, for starters, do I even have that? Yeah, I do have list tag ID, okay. List tag ID, that's present. We go to here, MBT list attribute modifiers. I like how the debug even says it was an MBT list, and then I'm asking for compound. It's lovely. List.tag count. Oh wait, no. But this should be a list. Oh, it's a list of compound tags. Right, I see what it's doing now. This is checking the tag type. But it's not even doing that. It has, like, the tag compound exists. And then I get the attribute modifiers. Now, is it, like, misspelled, or... I guess we're gonna double check. Attribute modifiers. Attribute modifiers. Yeah, it's definitely right. Okay. That's so weird. Get current calculation, flat map the delta armor if present, right? Like it should be here. The calculation shouldn't be done at this point. The calculation shouldn't be done. Okay, yeah, that has a bit of luck to it, whatever. Go here, heal, go back here. Hello? You didn't even shoot my leg. Oh, well, you... Dang it, dude, I got stuck in the door! Okay, that's fine. Inventory, you have this... Arm calculations modifier, toughness calculations modifier, arm calculations modifier, toughness calculation modifier. Huh. I wonder if my problem is that it applies a random modifier when it should not be doing that. Probably under first aid integration, under the... No, that's the valid armor slot injector. This is an armor modifier injector. Stack the add. Wow, would you look at... It's almost like the modifier needs to get the UUID. Wait, what? Huh. But why is it creating it? They all have different... No, they actually have the same UUID. Wait, they have the same... You can add multiple attribute modifiers with the same UUID? What? That's a bunch of jank. There's no check that this thing already exists. There really isn't. Hilarious. Then it's this. Okay, it's not adding it, it's removing it. Because it's not removing it. But why is it not removing it? That's what we gotta figure out. So let's figure that out. We flat map it to optional dot of nullable. I don't even know why we need to do this. This is not necessary. We can definitely just regular map it. Because if the map returns null, it wraps it in an optional. Otherwise, it returns that. So that's fine. We definitely do this, right? We get the current calculation. The current calculation should exist when the first aid living damage event fires, right? Because we don't fire a damage event yet. Optional of nullable stack deck at tag compound. We map it to the tag list. Like, it's not removing it. Which leads me to believe that something is not right here. Because it says attribute modifiers before first aid compat. And that is not here, but in here. And it does add the attribute modifiers. Yeah, it adds both of those. And then running first aid damage event to remove modifiers. Well, armor slot's head, select a thing, classify it. We get all of that. Okay, get that shit out of here. Get that one out of there too. Get that one out of there too. That one's fine. Okay, put this on. Hello? There we go. Okay, so what is this? What does this tell me? What does this tell me? Where did everything go? Oh, I minimized that. Whoopsies. Okay, so So we do that. We determine that head is a valid one for that. We classify it as piercing. And we do the attack. We do all of that. We run a first aid damage event to remove modifiers. I think I need to get the last calculation for this. Because I think the way it works is that by the time the first aid living damage event fires, we've already finished the calculation. We've already popped it. And so it's empty at this point, and so there's nothing. So we get the last calculation within like the last we can even do like within the last 5 ticks or whatever. Which is like a quarter of a second, right? Get the last calculation within a quarter of a second. And then get the armor change, do this, get the stack, and then do all this. Like, we never got to even do any of this. Because we need to get the last calculation. Because it says what the final damage is. And then it runs the first aid damage event. So we need to get the last calculation and do all of that. And then it continues running through the attack and damage thing. Because then it like tries to fire another event for like things to be able to modify things if necessary. I think we're gonna try using the last calculation. Because if the damage callback was specified, or if the damage callback was like if it dumped its info, then that means that there's nothing there. And it should remove all of them, and then remove the tag. I think Like, I don't think this had anything to do with it, but... It was just making sure that everything works on the new changes. Okay, so... This is why this needs to be tested. Because otherwise, it would not work. It would be very bad. It just... Everything breaks. Which we definitely don't want, so... You know. Alright. Now, if I'm correct, it should remove every single attribute modifier that has the same name. Upon getting hit, it should fix it. It absolutely did not. There's like less of them now, though, that's for sure. And now there's more. Uh-huh. Alright, what you got for me? It still says it runs it, but it does not say that it actually does anything. What? I guess we need to see if... Because it's still not removing it. Which is lovely. I have no idea. This is lovely. This is lovely. I need to throw this debug in here. I need to see if it retrieves the last calculation. If it doesn't, that means the last calculation doesn't exist, which means it's the current calculation. And the problem is that this isn't present. This doesn't exist. And the question is, why not? You should 100% exist. Unless I forgot to do something, which is entirely possible. So, okie doke. Why did everything just minimize? Don't do that. Stop that. Don't do it. Okay, do you have a last calculation to retrieve? No, you do not. Well, it's either that or the Delta armor map doesn't exist, which is leading me to believe that the Delta armor map doesn't exist. But why doesn't it? It does apply the hurt. Well, in this case, it hit my chest, right? So, well, no, it hit my head. But apparently it didn't, that was weird. Okay, so okay, so here, well, armor slide's head does all of this damage classification, then it goes back to that. Do I even need to get the Delta armor? I don't think I use this armor values for anything. I don't. And the first aid integration is an armor modifier injector. Now, when does the armor modifier injector apply its thing? Right here. Right before it applies the armor modifier, it fires the armor modifier injector. And it does not apply. Oh, well that's why it's empty. It doesn't apply it. So I can change this to get dot if present. And this can be CT, which can go to dot. What's in here? Do I have a thing for it? Yeah, armor slots. Iterable. Slots. This needs to be caps. Armor slots. Iterable. Dot for each slot goes to this. So this wraps that. This wraps. Wait, do I need two or do I need one? Or do I need three? Or is it for each remaining? It might need to be that. So that has to go to here. And that goes to here. Oh, wait. I know what my problem is. I don't need dot get. I need a if present. There we go. That makes more sense. And this is for each. There we go. we get the combat tracker, and then for each armor slot, if it's empty, we don't do anything. Otherwise, we get the tag, and then we remove all the stuff from it. Better than like checking if it's like necessary, just do it. Attribute modifiers, and it gets this, and it does that, and then, yeah, that should be fine. We don't need to check any calculation or whatever. We're running this to remove the modifiers, so just remove the modifiers. We could maybe like have a thing where we check. But this is only gonna fire if the mob getting damaged as a player, so, and if the mob getting damaged as a player, we could try and set a flag, right? Right, we could try and set a flag here, where we add this stuff, and then we set a flag saying, hey, we actually modified stuff, so you need to remove it later. And then in here, we check to see if that flag is there. And then if that flag is there, then we do this. It might be slightly better, because the alternative is we always do this, even if you don't have armor. Where it's going to get each thing, it's going to say, oh, this is empty, so return, this is empty, so return, do that 4 times. Which in and of itself is not terrible. But we could maybe do a little better. And then we go into here. Oh no, it needs to be final or effectively final. That's right. Unless I made it atomic, but I probably don't want to. I probably want to make it atomic. Just make it atomic. And make everything easier. I learned about this recently. Atomic booleans, or just atomic stuff in general. What the heck are you doing, Eclipse? Please. Get your life together. And then I can do applied mods dot set true. And it's just a little wrapper that just contains a thing. Yeah. And then what I want to do is before we return false, if applied mods dot get, and then we do this. And we can do this because we can use this set, and the reason we can use this set is because we don't need to persist any of this information. It's all just temporary, just for the calculation. Boom. All right, so if the world is remote, we return. Or if had mods applied dot remove, player dot get player dot get UUID. What do you mean they need game profile? What is this? No, not static. Not that. Why are they both static? This sets the unique ID. Get unique ID. Get unique ID. What the heck is this? Get unique ID. There we go. That's what I want. Because this remove will return true if it contained the element. If it did not contain the element, then we're good. So basically, the world needs to be not remote. And then if the world is not remote, then we're going to check this predicate where we're going to attempt to remove from the set. And if there was nothing to remove from the set, this will be false, which will make it true, which will return. Otherwise, if there is something to remove from the set, this will be true, which will make it false, which means we don't enter here because we only do this if this is false because we short-circuited otherwise. At least in theory, that's how that should work. And then I need a first aid event handler. Yep, I need to have a method here. This can be package. Oh, not player entity. I'm thinking Chaos Edition. You're entity player. Static void. Yeah, this is static. Has mods applied. Hello? Has mods applied. This thing right here. This set right here. You do .add. I don't know what any of that was. I have no idea why any of that was like that. Anyway, we can do first aid event handler dot mark player has mods, passing in the player. I only need that once, which is why I have this atomic boolean to track whether or not it is done, you know. And then we go in here, and then we do that. And then that should fast track some stuff. Otherwise, it's not necessary, right? And that's the whole point. And now that we have that, we just get the combat tracker, we just iterate over everything, and we just remove the requisite modifiers. And we wipe our hands, and we're done. And then we don't care anymore. That's the idea. I don't know if this is an improvement on the original first aid integration, or if there were, in fact, problems with the original first aid integration. I feel like there were, but I don't know, like, how or why. Like, I tried testing it, and it was weird. Alright. Let's test this shit. And then I really hope this works. Because then I can tick this item off, and then, because then it'll be finally done. You hit my foot. How? How you hit my foot? Gerald, you literally ruined everything by just walking off into the abyss. Like, why did you have to do that? Okay, something is not quite exactly correct here. And that... I love that for me. It actually does... I know what the problem is. The problem is I didn't put the new thing in. Good for me. I built it, I didn't use it. Excellent. Love that for me. Let's let's build it again just in case. Because I don't remember what I did. If I built this recently and there's no real changes, the build shouldn't take very long. Yeah, 10 seconds. Let's actually put the updated version in. And then do it. I made sure that I put it in now. So now we should be good. All right. Okay, notice how I regained the armor point. It actually has gone back to saying what it's supposed to say. Which means it has successfully applied the modifier and then removed the modifier. Alright, this thing had a lot on it, but now it shouldn't have as many. Right? Yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay, because it has that one. Where it applies that, and then it applies 0 toughness, and okay. Good. However, it still hit for 4 because it didn't actually hit my head for some reason. And now it hit my head. Damage was 5, but it got basically halved. Yeah, to like 2. Okay. That seems to be correct. Now if I put this on, I should have locational armor toughness. And it should apply a bit of toughness. So this should apply, it should have a toughness modifier. No, stop. I think it increased my toughness. Yeah. That's not right. Okay, you're still there. Okay, it's increasing my armor. Yeah, so it's not removing this now. Wait, but shouldn't it not apply it? It returns false. The injector returns false. What are you even talking about? This thing that does all this stuff, it 100% returns false. It returns false, so it does not apply it. It returns. Hello, Schmooze Meets, welcome to stream. We're solving one problem after another here. How you doing? I'm doing not too bad. Doing not too bad. I wonder if the problem that I'm encountering here is with... So the problem is that I'm getting extra armor. Why am I getting extra armor? I don't understand. I wonder if it's quality tools. What does quality tools have? It has an armor value injector as well. You do return that. And then what about the this one? Right, you go last. And the quality tools one tries to go like first or whatever. But it doesn't actually, okay. The only way this is happening is with this. So where is this being called? Literally only in one spot. And that's literally only called in one section. And that, well, it's a lambda, so. Unless I have previous ones. But again, I shouldn't. Because it should like crash. That's on damage canceled. Oh my gosh, what is this? So this is only applied here. Which means how could I have... That's max health. How could I have an armor modifier if... That doesn't make sense. Okay, do this. Now check. Now I obviously don't have anything, right? So now if you come here and you shoot me... Oof! Wow, it nearly got me again. You just do your damage, whatever. I put you on. If I put you on, my armor goes up. Why? Why is it applying an armor modifier? Ah! Okay. Are you in the game or in the Explorer stream? I was in the game. Now I'm back here. I was just quickly checking something in the game. Basically, it shouldn't be doing this. Because the only way it applies a modifier is through this. This is the only time it is applied. And if it's applied, then I should see this in the console. And I don't. Yeah, I forgot to put it back on the screen. Unfortunately. But that's alright, I'm not there anymore, so it's all good. Yeah, it's not there. Thank you for the sub, or the resub. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much. This doesn't happen without first aid installed. And it is applied on me. And this is the only place it's done, right here. In what situation does the first aid thing not return false? Right here. And guess the right answer. This is the only time. Otherwise, it always returns false here, which means this should never run. Oh my gosh. Okay. I've got no idea. Why is this like this? You're off. All right. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate you swinging by. Bye-bye. The only thing I can think of is when it tries to remove this. But again, it should be empty. We have all this other stuff happening here where it should be clearing it out. Really, this should be cleared out. Well, I guess in theory it won't be cleared out, but again, when the calculation finishes, if it has an existing armor mod, it's something with this. Because it does compute it, but it doesn't apply it. No, not even. Wait. There is a section where the armor mods are removed. Where is that? Martin 03. There was the other one. 1013. Right there. That was after I took... That doesn't help me. Oh my gosh. I'm like looking at the console and it's just like, it's not giving me information I need. So, even if it was forced, it would be null. There wouldn't be anything to apply back afterwards. So, what the heck? Like, I'm thinking that, like, oh, maybe when first aid does things, it, like, kind of messes up the order of things. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's valid, but if it does, I should see evidence of that. I should see evidence of that damage coming through. Again, the only time that modifier should be applied, because, like, the item itself doesn't have any modifiers. I'm just gonna verify that real quick. I don't know which one's on my head, but neither of them have it, so... If neither of them have it, if neither of them have the MBT tag, or the attribute modifier, then the only way I'm getting this attribute modifier is obviously I just have it, which is okay, whatever, but the question is, why do I have it? How did I get it? It does do the classification. Like, it does distribute and classify it, but then it adds it as an attribute modifier to the stack. And this return should not... This return should go back to there. By the way, it doesn't matter because the first thing it checks is the helmet regardless. But, in spite of all that, it goes here, it returns false. And then it goes over here And if should apply is false, it enters here and it returns and it just goes back. And that doesn't apply these armor modifiers. So how are these armor modifiers being applied? Only being applied there. It's called there, which is called there, which is called... It is called here, but that's only if there were restored values, and I definitely don't see this in here. Yeah, no, it's not there. So, because that's not in the console, this doesn't happen. There is the on damage cancelled. I wonder if that's it. Because maybe it's cancelled. I received the cancelled event. I remove the armor modifiers. I handle the cancelled damage stage. Where I clean up after the calculation, which means everything works fine. It's like I need to know when I should do this and when I shouldn't. Oh, it's so tricky. Because what if another mod comes along and just cancels the damage stage? Because it just wants to prevent damage. And that's all it wants to do. Then, DD's gonna leave that modifier there. I mean, at the same time, is it really going to? Because if the damage stage is cancelled, we have this fallback here, where we're going to check to see if the current calculation exists. And if it does, just clear it out. Because the calculation never finished. Huh. So don't even bother with this. This is not necessary. Right? Which means we don't need this. Which also means we don't need this. And I have no clue if that does anything for me. But it's a theory. It's a theory. It's a theory I'm willing to follow. to its logical conclusion. Because that's about all I got. Oh, I need to close this. We're just gonna get this closed. Boop. This is the only theory I got, dude. If this theory doesn't yield any fruit, then what are you doing? Then I don't know. Let's hope that this works. I'll need to /kill to reset all my modifiers, because it's entirely possible that doing that, it like removes it, and then it like reapplies the old ones. And the old ones are applied, but like pops off the stack, and so it's weird. I don't know what else could be the problem, but I'm also not even confident that this is the problem either. It's like, these aren't broken, right? Those work fine. Right? Yeah, okay. It said I got extra armor effectiveness or whatever. That's because it doesn't know what it's talking about. Now it should know what it's talking about. Why, though? Why? But why? There is a reason for it. There is a reason those modifiers are being applied, and they shouldn't be, but I don't know why they're being applied. Why is it applying a modifier? I have no way of knowing, because I have no way of hooking this into a debugger. Which is really annoying. Because I'd love to hook this into a debugger to see why it's doing that. The best I can do is kind of guess. You do remove the armor mods when I die from that. Again, you never push armor mods to the stack. Which means if you never push them to the stack, because they're never applied, right? Because, like, this is only in the combat tracker where we actually push that to the stack and mark the armor as modified. Which means this can't even happen The only reason it occurred then was because I I don't know. It just did. Wait, why did it? Because slash kill doesn't know what to do. That still doesn't make any sense. That still makes no freaking sense. So I get hit by the arrow. It does all of this. It doesn't say I have an armor modifier or whatever, because it's not supposed to, which is good. It goes to the attack. It does determine damage. Right, it does that, and then it updates the context and the damage. It sets the armor values, and then the attribute modifiers before the first aid compat is 0 and 2, and then we add an attribute modifier to the head of basically 1.4, and it's close enough. And then we add another one for the toughness, which is 0. The current damage is 4. We update the context and the damage, and then the final damage is 4 because it didn't hit our helmet or whatever. And then we run the first aid damage event to remove the modifiers, which is fine because that's what's supposed to do. And then it says the final damage there. And we have that, and then we have that. And then we remove it, and then it's fine. Unless there's something about it being removed that's not right. I don't think so. Again, it should... Unless this has something to do with it. No, it actually doesn't. Interesting. We check... and remove it. We check if that name equals that, and then we remove it. And remove that as well. So like like this works. Ugh. This works. What doesn't work? I have no clue. I haven't the foggiest idea. I don't even think it's this. I mean, like, I was like, oh, is it maybe Conarm? No, because, once again, that only applies then, otherwise... This is armor values injector, which doesn't matter. Because it should not be applied. It straight up should not be applied. And I know it's not being applied because this isn't being hit. I know that's not being hit because it's not saying this. There is only one potential thing I can think of doing here. That's looking at a call hierarchy of this. That's what's going on. It's nothing that DDD's doing. It's not removing... I think I know what's going on. I think I know what's going on. Maybe. Welcome back. I think it makes so much sense, but at the same time, like, doesn't make any sense. You know what? Well, whatever, dude. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. Here, we remove the tag. You know what we do at the same time? We remove the modifier. Is code still having a schism? No, I am. There's a distinct difference. We're going to do... Because we have the name, right? So... Wait, no, this gets me the attribute modifier. Right, we just do if present. Can I do an I minus minus? I can't do an I minus minus there. No. You're cringe. This is why I have an is present. Because I can't do this. I would love to do this. But this... Well, okay, there's a situation here, right? But like, whatever, who cares? Just like get rid of this, boop, boop, and then I think I need to get rid of another one. And then it goes, oh, you must be final or effectively final. How about you effectively kill yourself? That's really dumb. Which means I actually need a local variable here. This is like the only way to do this. Attribute modifier mod equals DDD. You know, blah, 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 this thing right here. Bada boom, bada bing. This shluby, right? This, put this here. Boom. Yep. Okay. Nice. Okay. And then mod is present. What difference does this make? The world. It makes a world of a difference because now what I do is I can actually do mod.get.remove modifier on the player. Boom. Remove the attribute modifier and remove the modifier. I just said the same thing twice. We remove the stack attribute modifier and then we remove the attribute modifier on the player. Now, the only other thing is that this remove modifier, if there is no attribute, it doesn't do anything. Can we check to see if it has a modifier? We can. We can also do get modifier. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I guess I could just do this and see if this works. But what if it doesn't work, right? Then I have two choices. I can either just ball and see if it works, or I can spend forever to like double check to see if this would work. It doesn't matter, just check to see if it works. Okay, so what's going wrong? Let me explain what's happening here. I just faded between nothing. Lovely. You love that for me. So, here's my problem. I'm going to take this helmet off, and as you can see, I still have armor. The question now is why? And I don't have an answer for that yet. So, if I slash kill, I don't have any more armor. Right? Next to my hunger bar, there's nothing. Okay, fine. Everything's fine. Put this one on my head. Put this on my stupid head. And as you can see, I have 2 armor points. 1 full armor icon. I'm going to get shot in the head. I don't even need to get shot in the head. I can get shot anywhere. And as you can see, I have gained armor upon getting hit. That's not supposed to work like that. And if I take this off, I now have half an armor point. So what's going on here is it's applying an attribute modifier to the stack for the purposes of the calculation. Right, for the purpose of the calculation. So I put this on, it gives me 2 armor points, or 13 locational armor, whatever. And then First Aid uses those attribute modifiers to determine the armor that it's like computing against, or that it's using in its calculation. So DDD changes that, and then it removes it as well. But in that moment, it applies it as an attribute modifier to myself, and then it doesn't remove it. Why is there a fish here? There's a okay, whatever. And so I'm also wondering if if by putting the helmet on and getting this armor, and then getting hit, and then this computing that it should be like 1.4 armor instead of 2 armor. Well, no, because that's the only thing that's there. So it should be using the right values. Okay. I was worried about it like stacking these values and basically being like 3.4, but I think it's right. Someone at some point at some point in time will eventually tell me if it's not, but I'm pretty sure it's fine. So now my theory is I remove the modifier off the player at this point when it removes the tag, and hopefully that removes the modifier too, so it does not remain applied. Because I'm not applying the modifier. Something else is applying the modifier, and I need to remove it. And I should be able to remove it via this UUID, because by just like using this, because it should use the same UUID from the one I applied it with. So yeah. This probably was a problem with the original first aid integration, but I don't remember encountering this problem. Unless the previous version of the code actually did fix it, and then I forgot to include that. I don't know. You know what? I should check that. Because this is fired after the regular damage event. Dude, nothing makes sense. I'm not even confident this is gonna fix the problem. I'm actually very confident that this solution that I have in mind, this little one-line fix, I'm actually very confident this does jack shit. Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, chill. We're fine. This integration. No, not the integration. I need the event handler. It just removes the tag. Yeah, it doesn't even freaking do anything. Uh-huh. Get new delta armor values. Present does that. Okay, yeah, so that's whatever. That might explain why when I was testing this earlier. So I wanted to benchmark 1.7 damage numbers against 1.8 damage numbers, so I can try and make sure they're the same. But things didn't seem right, so I stopped benchmarking it because things seemed wrong when I got to like first aid. And I think it's because something was fundamentally broken that just happened to slip by. I don't know. I freaking hope not. So this now should not, in theory, if this works, although again, I'm not super convinced. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. Wait a second. No, stop shooting me. Look at that, dude. It actually worked. And then this one has a quality that increases toughness, right? So it should remain the same as well. And it seems to remain the same as well. And fundamentally, it is less damage. 2.24, 2.13. Okay. And, I don't know, that seems like it's right. I hope it's not, like, applying its regular... It shouldn't. Again, it should not be applying its regular armor on top of it. That makes no sense. Now, if I... trying to get myself killed... It should still only... Hello? Yeah, notice how it's still like 2.73, because it was 4 before, and now it's 5. And it's still only taking my helmet into account. It should say here. Yeah, it only is computing the helmet when I took the 5, because it was like, that's the only one that's applicable here. Okay, thank God. That was a first aid problem. That was a first aid problem. Which should now be working. Because it removes the modifier, so the modifier doesn't remain applied, and I have no modifiers applied, so it's good. Okay. So, let me note that down. Okay, that, boom, done. Broken first aid integration fixed. Now everything seems good so far, but now we have to do the ultimate test. And this is the big one. This is the big one. Put this in. Yeah, install this. We install champions. Right? Okay, good shit. Now what is champions? Excellent question. Does some fucked up shit, that's what it does. Actually no. Okay, so this thing, when you use a cactus battle sign from T construct, blocking attacks from the champion mobs with reflective attribute, the game crashes. So, cactus, Carnarm, and vanilla shield can cause the same problem. And vanilla shield? What? No, that's a bunch of baloney. Either way, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. It don't fucking matter. You can tell that this is slowly eating away at my sanity. But if this works, what we will notice is that the game should not crash. I know, big if fucking true, right? But hopefully. So we need to spawn a champion with a reflective attribute, have a cactus battle sign, block an attack from it, and then we'll also check with thorns too. And this is the thing I was talking about. With the reflecting and then reflecting back again. This is what I was talking about. It hits me, I reflect damage, it reflects back. Right? This is a super hyper niche situation where it crashes, which would be ideal if it didn't. Which means it probably procs with thorns too, because it hits me, I reflect with thorns, and then its reflective trait comes into play and reflects back. Which means I get hit twice, it gets hit once, and then when I get hit twice, it applies the armor mods twice, and that causes a problem, because the game goes, oh my gosh, you're dumb, I'm gonna crash, and then it does that. So, I guess we have this. Oh, these should, probably... Yep. Oh, these, I think these chest plates are slightly borked. I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna enchant this. Alright, give me thorns. There we are. Boop, boop. Boop. I put this here. And now we're here. Alright, Gerald, you lucky guy. You get to be turned into a champion. Somehow. We're gonna figure out how to do that. There should be a thing. No, what are you talking about? Make him a champion, bro. Uh-huh. Hide champion effects. Do-do-do-do. Uh-huh. Isn't there something that I can use to make a frickin'... I could have sworn there was something that I could use. Okay, so that's still Minecraft. This is now this, and this, and this. And that's first aid stuff. And that's DDD stuff. And then, this is all Lycanites mobs. How the frickety frank? And this is whatever. And this is from Tetra. Lovely. Yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Very good. Very good. And then this is between lines. Okay. And then that's still between lines. And that's still between lines. And we're still in between lines. And we're no longer in between lines. Okie doke. And now we're in thermal foundation. Okay. I get past all this stuff. And now we're in Tinker's Construct. Uh-huh. How do I turn something into a champion? Oh. Champion egg. Do I do Minecraft zombie? One. Oh. There we go. We can't see your freaking thing. You have dampening, which is not good. Bye, idiot. And then we need reflecting. Okay, so this guy right here, this man, this little dude. You can sit right here. And he does have reflecting, which is good, because that's what we want. So, now, bada boom. I'm gonna put this away. Well, I don't really need that, but whatever. So now, I walk up to you, and then you hit me for damage. And then if I hit you, you hit me. Alright? Beautiful. Okay. Alright. So, now, I need to check. It should, yeah, for any of this stuff, it's not nesting a damage calculation, which is fine. But now I should proc thorns, reflect, like it hits me, it procs thorns, I damage it, it reflects back, and then it should nest and not crash the game. Now, I have no idea if it did that. Setting new context. Moving armor mods. Setting new context. Do. This is the force one. Wait, what the heck's going on here? Okay, the direct attacker is a zombie. It hits me. And then it sets a new thing where I'm the attacker and it's thorns. And then it sets a new thing. Okay, well maybe. That's not it, you know? I'm surprised it didn't nest it. It should have nested. Huh. Alright, so we're gonna go... Where's my battle signs? Here. You, good sir. So now... Okay. Don't know what happened there. But, what does it say here? Updating context and damage, and then it updates the context and damage, and then this is... Okay, so who attacked first? What the heck happened? And how did I die? When did I die? Oh, I died there. Okay. Is there a moment where it says what it gives me? No. Oh, yeah. It gives me the cactus battle sign here. Okay. It does this. It sets new context, and then it counters the battle sign. And then I attack it. Mob cactus, mob reflecting. Oh, and then it does. It nests the damage calculation. It nests it. It actually is saying that it's creating a nested damage calculation. The problem is... How much damage did you do, my guy? Okay. It does a lot. right? Let's put this here, and then let's see. Right? It does. Holy shit. You do so much fucking damage, bro. Why do you do so much damage? Oh my gosh. You do an insane amount of damage. That's 6.75. Dude, what the heck? Okay, where does it say test start? I do that. Okay. It hits me. Then I hit it. Then it reflects back to me. And then it hits me again. But it doesn't nest this one. Oh my lord. But it nests twice. Why does it nest twice? The zombie doesn't have any... The zombie didn't take any damage before. I'm breaking my legs, dude. Why are you doing this? Well, fundamentally, the game doesn't crash, which, you know, I like to see. Nice. It does 6.75 damage back to me. And then, how much damage am I even doing to it? Doing, like, 2.57. So 2.57. Yeah, I could see at max having like 5 hearts left. You know, that's right. That seems good. Seems correct. Now, what about a shield? You say some jank stuff also occurs with a shield. A vanilla shield, of all things. Don't give me armor. Don't do that. Just give me a regular shield. Did you nest the calculation there? That'd be really weird if you did. Yeah, it doesn't. There's no nested calculation there. That's a bunch of baloney. Now this time I mean, this thing 100% kills me here. And it had no armor to apply. Okay, so now, what if I have thorns and the battle sign? Maybe I just do this as well. I don't know. We'll see. So it gave me the armor modification. It actually fixed it. That's hilarious. Let me try it again. Yeah, see now it's back to working the way it's supposed to. So I'm taking back less damage. I'm taking back like 4 or something. I don't know. 6.75. I don't. We are taking back less damage. I'm positive. Nice mending, bro. Okay, so it hits the battle sign. Battle sign reflects. Does my thorns even reflect as well? Do I also get thorns on top of that? Cactus reflecting. Huh? So it hits me, and then I reflect back to that. And surprisingly, it doesn't do things. This is so weird, but it fundamentally is not broken and fundamentally is not crashing the game, so, you know, that's good. Love that for you. I have no idea what just happened there. It's like it's getting hit multiple times. Does it actually get hit multiple times? Alright, cactus, and then... It's weird. Sometimes it needs the nested calculation, sometimes it doesn't. Like, it needs a nested calculation if I don't have armor. That's when it needs a nested calculation. But otherwise it doesn't. And that makes very little sense. But it works. I would say that that works. That interaction is so scrappy, if that's supposed to go a very particular way and does not go that very particular way, I'm just gonna say, bro, not my problem. I feel like it works. Fundamentally, it doesn't crash the game, which is important. So that's important. So, and this is minimized. We fixed the problem. We fixed the crash relating to champions and the other stuff. It no longer crashes. Which was arguably the hardest part of this update, was all of this. But now the hardest part is done. Well, maybe. We'll see. And we have a couple of other bugs we want to look into, and then some integrations that we're going to do. So, that's cool. I am ending the stream here, because my brain is absolutely fried after accomplishing that. We did accomplish something. So, you know, that's good. We fixed some first aid problems, we got this integration going. Or like this, like, the whatever the heck. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be back with more compact claustrophobia. Thursday we're still good. Friday there will be no stream because I'm not gonna be here. So, alrighty. Sounds good.